Well, good afternoon from the McMahon Field on the campus of Cameron University in beautiful Lawton, Oklahoma. I'm Steve Adams as we get set for Lone Star Conference softball between the Cameron University Aggies and the visitors from Oklahoma Christian, the Eagles. As we get set for today's game, a lot at stake here in Lone Star Conference standings for both teams. Cameron comes in with a record of 26-23 overall, 18-18 in the Lone Star Conference. Meanwhile, Oklahoma Christian, the number 15 team in the country, comes in 37-11 overall, 28-8 in conference play. For Cameron right now, they're sitting in a tie for ninth place in the Lone Star Conference. The top 9 teams do go to the Lone Star Conference tournament, so the Aggies, with just 4 conference games left to play, are certainly playing for the last playoff spot in the conference. Now, they are currently tied with Western New Mexico. Western New Mexico is 17-17, also at 500. Texas Women's has lost 5 of their last 6, including 2 to Cameron. They are 18-16, just 1 game ahead of the Aggies in the conference standings. Oklahoma Christian at 28-8 is 2 games behind UT Tyler for 3rd place in the conference standings. So on the mound for the Aggies, it'll be Stormy Reed, who just came away from a absolutely outstanding weekend at Texas Women's University. Last Sunday, Reed pitched a 10-inning, 2-hit, 1-0 victory, and then came back and pitched a 7-inning, 3-hitter in the second game as the Aggies won that second game by a score of 4-1. So here we go. There's the first pitch of the ball game, and it's a call strike to Kylie Brewster, the second baseman, leading off for the Eagles. Brewster will be followed by Callie Rupp and Danae Lopez. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a little high and tight. It's 1-1. Middle of the order for Oklahoma Christian is Marty Yerger, Madison Drummond, and Macy George. And then the bottom third is Cadence Brewster, Sydney Seat, and Allie McDougal for the Eagles. There's a little pop down the left field side, and it's out of play, and the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brewster, the second baseman, the leadoff hitter for Oklahoma Christian. Reed comes in with a record of 15 wins and 8 losses. ERA of 3.8. In 138 innings pitched, she has 164 strikeouts. There's a pitch that's way high. It's 2-2 now to Brewster. After we get through this first batter, we'll take a look at the Aggie defensively, although if you've followed the team this year, not a lot has changed. There was a little flare down the left field line, and its foul. Count stays 2-2 to Brewster. Wind out of the south today. What a big shock for this time of year. Occasionally, we get some of those games where the wind's blowing straight out of the north, and in those instances, it certainly affects the ball game. And it may affect the ball game today, being out of the south. Check that as the count goes full on Brewster. It's 80 degrees, wind out of the south at 6 miles an hour. There's a ground ball, and it's going to get through the hole between the shortstop, Kylie Cochran, and the second base bag. And Kylie Brewster has a leadoff single for Oklahoma Christian. That'll bring up Callie Rupp, the shortstop. Rupp is a junior from Morrison, Oklahoma. As we take a look at the Aggies defensively, behind the plate is Kendall McDaniel. As Reed prepares the first pitch, and there's a ball foul straight back. 0-1. Madison Batwell at first for the Aggies, Riley Ross at second, Haley Gardella, the third baseman for Cameron, and Kylie Cochran is the shortstop. The outfield left to right, Cameron Hunkins, Bryn Weber, and Chloe Broussard. There's a pitch that's inside, and count goes 1-1 to Callie Rupp. Danae Lopez, the first baseman, on deck for the Eagles. Runner on first. Nobody out here in the top of the first. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Good fastball from Stormy Reed, who leads the Lone Star Conference in strikeouts with those 164 Ks. There's a ball just tipped, went straight back into the screen. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aggie outfield is playing medium depth. Shortstop Cochran leaving a little bit of a hole around that second base bag. And there's another foul ball off to the right this time. Gardella stays fairly at third base, stays fairly close to the bag. She's about a step in right now. And here's the pitch. And there's another ground ball foul down the left field line. That's the third foul ball. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes on Callie Rupp, the shortstop for Oklahoma Christian. Stormy Reed in that doubleheader with Texas Women's, 17 innings pitched. There's a ground ball to Cochran, and they get the out at second base. Cochran couldn't quite handle the exchange and got it to Ross in time for the fielder's choice out. And Brewster is out from the shortstop to the second baseman, Ross. And that'll bring up Danae Lopez. Good opportunity maybe for a double play. Just didn't happen. First pitch is low, ball 1 to Danae Lopez. So we're up on first, 1 down now. And there's a line shot into left field. Hunkins runs it down and gets it in quickly to Gardella at third. And it'll be a base hit for Danae Lopez, and runners at first and second with 1 out here in the top of the first. That'll bring up Marty Yerger, the catcher. First left-handed batter we've seen. And she steps into the box and waits the first pitch from Stormy Reed. And it's outside, ball 1. I guess Brewster, the leadoff hitter, was also a left-handed batter. So the count is 1 ball, no strikes with runners at first and second. Another pitch off the plate. Stormy nibbling outside, seeing what's going to count and what's not. You know, with one of the things that I've discovered, every umpire has a different take on that strike zone. She's trying to see if they're going to get that outside pitch, and that one's way outside. It's 3-0. Maddie Drummond, the right fielder, on deck for OC. These two teams played earlier. In fact, might have been the opener for the Aggies and Lone Star Conference play. And there's ball 4. And the Aggies had a good opportunity to win both games and didn't win either one of them. So the bases are loaded after the walk, and that'll bring up Maddie Drummond, the right fielder. Drummond, a senior from Owasso, Oklahoma. There's a call strike on Drummond. After watching 4 straight pitches to Yerger, Drummond taking the first one, seeing if it would find the strike zone, and it did. She stands in the back of the box, her right foot on the line. There's a ball fouled off under the screen on the right side. Count no balls, 2 strikes now on the Eagles' right fielder. Madison Boutwell, the first baseman, over to get the ball and gets it back to Stormy Reed. Here's the 0-2 pitch. There's another ball fouled off into the screen. The top of the screen stays in the field of play, and Kendall McDaniel gets this one and gives it back. So the count remains 0-2. Bases full with 1 out here in the top of the first. And there's a line drive down the left field line, but it also goes foul. So the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Gardella back even with the bag now. There's another ball fouled off. And Drummond hanging tough. That's 5 pitches, all in the strike zone. She's fouled off the last 3 when the count was 0-2. And Kendall McDaniel sets up outside trying to get Drummond to chase or to get a good call, and it didn't happen. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Drummond. And there's a call, strike 3. Second out of the top of the first inning, first strikeout for Stormy Reed, and that'll bring up Macy George, the Eagles' third baseman. George, a sophomore from Valley Center, Kansas, transfer from North Texas, the only D1 transfer on the roster. So the bases remain full. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Callie Rupp's on third base. Danae Lopez at second. And Marty Yerger is on first. By way of fielder's choice, base hit, and a walk. There's another pitch. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. There have been games where those pitches, some of those pitches would have been called strikes. And there's, must have been a little low. Counts 3-0. So George will probably be taken here, and she does, and she gets a bases-loaded walk. It's 1-0. So it's an RBI for George. As Callie Rupp comes in to score, Danae Lopez goes to third, and Marty Yerger goes to second. That'll bring up Cadence Brewster, senior from Wichita, Kansas, 2-time Lone Star Conference Hitter of the Week. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Fires to first to Boutwell in time, and that's the end of the inning. Cochran to Boutwell, and that's the third out, but Oklahoma Christian comes up with 1 run. They do it on 1 hit, and they leave it full. So we go to the bottom of the first inning. Oklahoma Christian 1, Cameron coming to the plate. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the bottom of the first inning. Oklahoma Christian has taken the lead over the Aggies by a score of 1-0. Chloe Broussard, the right fielder, leads it off for the Aggies. She'll be followed by Bryn Weber and Haley Gardella. Middle of the lineup is Madison Batwell, Riley Ross, and then Kylie Cochran. And then the bottom third, Kendall McDaniel, Ashton Fulfer, and Cameron Hunkins. So Chloe Broussard steps in, left-handed hitting batter. First pitch is called strike. Ella Resendez on the mound for Oklahoma Christian with a record of 11-0 and a 2.56 ERA. Here's the 1-strike pitch. It's outside. Ball 1. In 106 2/3 innings, Ella Resendez has 113 strikeouts, so just a tick more than 1 an inning. Here's the 1-1. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marty Yerger behind the plate for Oklahoma Christian. Doing a good job of framing those strikes. Here's the 1-2. And it's outside, 2-2. Danae Lopez at first base for Oklahoma Christian. Kylie Brewster at second. Macy George is the third baseman. And there's a swing and a miss, strike three. One down on the top of the first as Bryn Weber comes to the plate for Cameron. Callie Rupp is the shortstop. The outfield is Sydney Seat, Cadence Brewster, and Maddie Drummond left to right for the Eagles. So Bryn Weber comes to the plate for Cameron. Weber, a junior from Spencer, Iowa. Another left-handed batter for Cameron. First pitch is fouled straight back into the screen. No balls, one strike. Oklahoma Christian coming off a sweep at UT Tyler last Sunday. UT Tyler, the two-time defending national champion, ranked 23rd in the country, and Oklahoma Christian went to Tyler and beat them twice. There's a pitch that's a little high. That's impressive in my mind. But they're still, even with that, they're still 2 games behind Tyler for third place in the conference standings. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Haley Gardella on deck for the Aggies. Pitch way outside. Count goes 2-2. Outfield medium depth again for Oklahoma Christian. Third baseman Macy George is in about 3 steps from the third base bag. First baseman Lopez is even with the base. So here's the 2-2 pitch coming up. Here's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Ella Resendez gets the first 2 batters by way of strikeout, and that'll bring up Haley Gardella. Gardella, a sophomore from Royce City, Texas. Steps in, still leading the Lone Star Conference in home runs. Well, now she's tied for first in the Lone Star Conference for home runs. There's a call strike. She has 19 coming into today's action. The NCAA has not updated their statistics in about 10 days, so the last time they updated, Haley was tied for second in home runs, but she's hit 3 since then. And the NCAA will probably update those statistics this coming week. 1-1 the count. Haley checks swings and looks at a pitch that's low. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Madison Batwell on deck for the Aggies. Here's the 2-1. Foul back into the screen. Count goes 2-2 on Gardella, the Aggie third baseman. Well, Oklahoma Christian pushed across a run in the top of the first. Fielder's choice, 1 base hit, and 2 walks. There's a ground ball, slow roller to Kylie Brewster, the second baseman. She's up and she fires to Danae Lopez for the third out of the inning. And the Aggies go down and work. So 1 inning. Oklahoma Christian 1, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the top of the second inning, 1-0 Oklahoma Christian leads, and I misspoke earlier. Oklahoma Christian had 2 hits in that top of the first inning. Kylie Brewster led off the game with a base hit, but it was erased on the fielder's choice. And then Danae Lopez had a hit as well. Here's a first pitch strike to Sydney Seat, the left fielder for Oklahoma Christian. Seat, a sophomore from Edmond, Oklahoma, went to Memorial High School, 3 high schools in Edmond. There's a pitch that's high. Memorial being the oldest of the 3. There's a ball fouled off on the right side. Count goes to 1-2 on Sydney Seat. Oklahoma Christian sits 6 to the plate in the first inning. Scored 1 run on a bases loaded walk. The pitch is a little high. It's 2-2. Excuse me, they sent 7 to the plate in the first inning. Allie McDougal, the designated player, is the on-deck hitter for the Eagles. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. First out of the inning, and the second punch out for Reed. So McDougal, the designated player, steps in. A junior from Moore, Oklahoma. And there's a line drive, and it's going to be over the head of the center fielder, Weber. And it goes over the fence, through the fence, and it'll be a ground rule double. So that'll bring up Kylie Brewster, who's single to start the game on a 3-2 pitch. Left-handed batter stands towards the front of the box. So with the runner on second, let's see what the strategy is for the Eagles. And she's swinging away, and she fouls the first one off on the left side. No balls, 1 strike. McDougal put a charge in one over Bryn Weber's head. There's a big swing and a miss at a pitch that's a little high. No balls, 2 strikes now on Brewster. A senior from Wichita, Kansas. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Cochran has it, throws to first. Boutwell digs it out, and there's 2 outs in the top of the second. McDougal has to stay put. Since the ball was hit right in front of her, with Kylie Cochran would have easily thrown her out at third. So McDougal stays there, and then it'll bring up Callie Rupp, who hit the ball to the shortstop, Cochran, in what looked like might have been a potential double play ball in the top of the first. Cochran, after fielding it, dropped it and then got the force out at second. First pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 1 to Rupp, the shortstop. That next pitch is outside. It's 1-1. One to nothing, Oklahoma Christian leads it. Got a runner on second with 2 down here in the top of the second. There's a ball fouled out of play. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rupp comes in hitting .424, 4th in the Lone Star Conference. 11 home runs on the season, which is 7th in the Lone Star. There's a pitch way outside, 2-2. Has started all 48 games for Oklahoma Christian. There's one that gets away from a Stormy Reed, and the count goes full. Oklahoma Christian has 6 players that have started every game. There's a ball foul back into the screen. Count remains full 3-2 with 2 down here. Bryn Weber and Riley Ross are the only 2 players that have started every game for the Aggies. Weber in center field, Ross at second base. Counts 3-2 with the runner on second. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Stormy Reed gets out of that little jam with the runner on second and 1 out. Oklahoma Christian can't bring home Allie McDougal, and we have played 1.5. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Oklahoma Christian 1, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the bottom of the second inning. Madison Boutwell will lead it off for the Aggies. Cameron 4-hole hitter. Riley Ross and Kylie Cochran will follow for the Aggies, who went down in order 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the first inning. Ella Resendez on the mound with a record of 11-0. Struck out 2 of the 3 in the first inning. Got Gardella on a slow rolling grounder to the second baseman. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Boutwell, a junior from Aledo, Texas. Right-handed batter. Oh, it's a swing and a miss on a good breaking ball. Looked like Madison had that one ready to give it a ride, and then the ball wasn't there. There's a pitch that's slow, 2 balls and 1 strike. The Aggies, since they were last home, went to UT Tyler and lost 2 games, and then went to Texas Women's and won 2 games. That first game, Texas Women's was a swing and a miss, strike 3. No, excuse me, that's strike 2. Count goes 2-2 now on Boutwell. The first game at Texas Women's was a 1-0 10-inning affair. The Aggies scored an unearned run in the top of the 10th. Stormy Reed pitched all 10 innings, only gave up 2 hits. There's a ball foul back into the screen. So after that, they get ready for game 2, and they send Stormy Reed back out there. She pitches another 7 innings, gives up 3 hits, and the Aggies win at 4-1. Gardella had a home run. So Stormy Reed had 17 innings pitched. Struck out 15 in those two games. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Boutwell. There's a breaking ball that doesn't find the strike zone. Count goes full, 3-2. Aggies need a base runner, however they can get it. Riley Ross on deck for Cameron. There's a line shot, just foul down the right field line. Foul by about 1.5 feet or so. So the count remains 3-2. Boutwell back in the box. Resendez back in the circle. And here we go with the 3-2 pitch. There's another pop on the right side. It'll be out of play. Give an error to the Oklahoma Christian fan. Could not hang on to it. Now he's hearing about it from the rest of the fans. So here's the 3-2 pitch once again. There's a pop-up. First baseman Lopez is under it in foul territory. And there's one down here in the bottom of the second inning. Riley Ross comes to the plate for the Aggies. Cameron, second baseman, a senior from Newcastle, Oklahoma. Steps into that right-handed batter's box. There's a ball fouled back into the screen. No balls, one strike. It took 9 pitches for Resendez to get Boutwell, so even though she's retired 4 straight, the Aggies have gotten at least 2 balls on every batter's had at least 2 balls when they've come to the plate. Boutwell had 3. There's a pitch that's low, ball 1 to go with the strike, so it's 1-1 on Riley Ross. Wind seems to have shifted now. There's another ball fouled back into the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When these two teams met earlier in the season, which was back on February 14th, Aggies led it by a score of, there's a strike 3. In the first game, the Aggies led by a score of 10-4 going into the bottom of the 7th, and Oklahoma Christian scored 9 runs. In the second game, it was scoreless. In the bottom of the 6th, Oklahoma Christian scored 8 runs and won it 8-0. There's a slap hit to Rupp, the shortstop. She fires sidearm across the body. And just like that, the Aggies are down 1-2-3 once again. So we go to the top of the 3rd. It's Oklahoma Christian, Cameron Soft. We go to the top of the 3rd. Leading off for Oklahoma Christian will be Danae Lopez, followed by Marty Yerger and Maddie Drummond. Lopez, the first baseman, hitting .393 on the season. That's second on the team. First pitch is a slow changeup, and it's called for ball 1. Lopez singled in the first, was on third base when the inning ended, in the first inning with the bases loaded. And there's a call strike, 1-1. Three hits for Oklahoma Christian so far. There's a fly ball to the right fielder, and Chloe Broussard goes all the way back to the track in front of the fence and makes the catch, and there's one down here in the top of the 3rd. That'll bring up Marty Yerger, who walked in the first inning. Left-handed batter. She walked on 4 pitches. That pitch is ball 1. There's a swing and a ground ball past the second baseman, Riley Ross. It was hit to her right. She tried to backhand it and couldn't get it done. And it'll be an error on Ross, as she couldn't get her glove down to make the backhanded stop. That'll bring up Maddie Drummond, the right fielder who was called out on strikes in the first inning. First pitch is low for ball 1. Drummond stuck out on a 2-1 pitch after fouling off 3 pitches. There's a high fly ball to center field. Weber is back. She's going back. She's going back. It's going to be off the wall. And the throw comes in to the second baseman, Ross, and the runner, Yerger, has to hold up at third base as Maddie Drummond drills one to the fence in center field for a double. And runners are now at second and third with just 1 out as Macy George comes to the plate. She walked the first time up, also on 4 pitches. Left-handed batter. So Oklahoma Christian has runners at second and third. There's a call strike on Macy George. George, one of those players that's played and started every game, hitting .355 on the season. 28 RBIs. There's another call strike. No balls, 2 strikes on George. 1 down here in the top of the third. Oklahoma Christian has runners at second and third. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. 2 outs. Stormy Reed picks up her 4th strikeout. That'll bring up Cadence Brewster, who grounded out to the shortstop Kylie Cochran in the first inning for the 3rd out of the inning. Left the bases loaded. Brewster hitting .389 on the season. She's 4th in the conference in hits and 3rd in doubles. First pitch is a little outside, ball 1. Brewster is so far a 2-time Lone Star Conference Hitter of the Week. She was the preseason Conference Hitter of the Year. There's another pitch that's outside, ball 2. And she's hitting 7th. Yikes. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a ball foul straight back over the press box. Count goes 2-1 on Brewster. Stormy Reed has been the workhorse for the Aggies all season long. Comes in with a record of 15-8. Ooh, there's a pitch that almost gets away from her. It's 3 balls and a strike. Sydney Seat is left fielders on deck for the Eagles. 2 down and 2 on for Cadence Brewster. There's a call, strike 2. Count full. Brewster stands in the middle of the batter's box. Stormy Reed looks at the watch on her wrist to get the pitch. There's a pop-up, and it's behind home plate, and McDaniel couldn't get to it as it came down just on the field side of the netting, but hit the concrete right up above that. And she was shielding her eyes as she was looking back right in the sun. So count remains full on Cadence Brewster. It's a good pitch by Reed to get her to pop it straight up. And there's ball 4. That would be the third base on balls given up by Reed. As Sydney Seat comes to the plate, struck out her first time up, swings and a miss, strike one. Seat hitting .322 on the season. She started all but 3 games this year for the Eagles. There's a ball fouled off back into the screen behind home plate. Count goes no balls, 2 strikes on Sydney Seat. Seat just 1 home run, 19 RBIs on the year. Bases loaded once again for Oklahoma Christian. Yeager at third, Drummond at second, and Brewster on first. Stormy Reed trying to get out of a jam. There's a pitch that's a little high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. An error, a double, and a walk have loaded the bases. And there's a line drive, and it is caught by Bryn Weber racing to her left, and she hauls it in right center field, and that's the third out here in the top of the third as Oklahoma Christian leaves the bases loaded second time in this game. We go to the bottom of the third. Oklahoma Christian Eagles 1, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Oklahoma Christian leading 1-0 over the Aggies. It'll be the bottom third of the order for Cameron as they have not had a runner on base yet. Kendall McDaniel, Ashton Fulfer, and Cameron Hunkins will bat for the Aggies. We'll be back to the top of the order with Chloe Broussard. First pitch is outside to McDaniel, the Aggie catcher. Senior from Keller, Texas. A swing and a miss at a pitch that was a little high and inside. Probably looked pretty big to her coming in. Count 1-1 on McDaniel. There's a call strike. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the third. Oklahoma Christian left 7 on base. This is the Aggies' 7th hitter of the game. There's a little flare down the first baseline foul. Count remains 1-2. McDaniel set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just outside. Count goes 2-2. Good eye by McDaniel there. She's a catcher. She knows what to look for, I would suppose. So here's the 2-2 pitch. Another ball fouled back into the screen. Let's see. Resendez has struck out 3 Aggies, gotten 2 ground balls and 1 foul out to the first baseman. So the Aggies have not hit the ball past the infield. There's a swing and just tips this one foul. The count remains 2-2. But Kendall McDaniel, one of the players on this team that's capable of tying it up with 1 swing, went back kind of now from the southwest. There's a high pop. It's going to be out of play on the left side. Count remains 2-2. That's 4 foul balls now by McDaniel. Madison Boutwell went to 9 pitches. This is the 10th pitch of the at-bat to McDaniel. Excuse me, There's a high pop. Shortstop. Nope. The third baseman, Macy George, is under it and makes the catch. And there's 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. That'll bring up Ashton Fulfer, the designated player for Cameron. Freshman from Iowa Park, Texas. Listed as 5'7". On the roster, she's listed as a first baseman and a third baseman. She has started several games at third base this year for the Aggies. First pitch is called strike. West Texas continues to lead the Lone Star Conference standings, just 1 game ahead of Angelo State. West Texas ranks 6th in the country now. They were ranked number 1 when the Aggies beat them a couple weeks ago. Pitch it's outside, 1-1. And Angelo State is ranked 13th in the country, 1 game behind West Texas in the Lone Star Conference standings. There's a line shot to the shortstop, 1 hopper. She picks it up. She fires to first, and Danae Lopez has the catch, and there's 2 down now in the bottom of the 3rd. That'll bring up Cameron Hunkins, the Cameron left fielder. Hunkins is a junior from Las Vegas, Nevada. Kind of settled into that left field position for the Aggies. Eight straight Aggies have gone down here in this game so far. First pitch is a call strike to Hunkins. Hunkins listed as 5'6". Left-handed batter. Slaps one down the left field line out of play. Count goes to no balls, 2 strikes. Well, so far, Ella Resendez has been at the top of her game. Pitcher for Oklahoma Christian. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So the Aggies go down in order once again. We go to the top of the 4th inning. It's Oklahoma Christian 1. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we had the top of the fourth inning, 1-0. Oklahoma Christian still leading the Aggies. Allie McDougal, the 9-hitter, designated player, will lead it off for Oklahoma Christian, followed by the top of the order, Kylie Brewster and Callie Rupp. McDougal hitting .290 on the season. And the first pitch is a call strike. McDougal looking over the plate at it. Decided it wasn't for her, but it was a strike one. McDougal 1 home run on the season, 20 RBIs. Next pitch is high, it's 1-1. McDougal doubled to lead off with 1 out in the second inning and was stranded on second. There's a ball foul back into the screen. She hit one just to the right of the center fielder, Bryn Weber. There's a pitch that's outside. Count goes to 2-2 on McDougal. McDougal started 42 of the 48 games for Oklahoma Christian this year. There's a ball that's outside, but she reaches out and fouls it back, so the count remains 2-2. In 107 at-bats, she's only struck out 3 times this season. That pitch is outside. Count goes full, 3-2. Reed has walked 3 already. We'll see what happens here. She struck out 4 in the first 3 innings. And there's strike 3 call. 1 down, so Allie McDougal now has 4 strikeouts on the season. Kylie Brewster, second baseman, will come to the plate. Left-handed hitter. Singled in the lead off the game, first inning, then was raced on a fielder's choice. And then in the second inning, grounded out to the shortstop, Kylie Cochran. There's a fly ball to left field. Hunkins is under it and makes an easy catch. And there's 2 down here in the top of the fourth. That'll bring up Callie Rupp, the shortstop. She was on that fielder's choice that erased Brewster, but Rupp ended up scoring the only run of the game on a bases-loaded walk. In the second inning, she struck out. So she is 0 for 2. There's a ground ball to Ross, and she can't field it cleanly, and it's going to be a error on Ross. It was a slow roller. She had it in her glove, but she just couldn't squeeze it. It would have been a close play at first, but I think Riley would have had her. But as it is, Rupp is on first. And Danae Lopez comes to the plate. And there's a drive into left center field. It's going to be off the wall. Fielded by Weber. They get it into the shortstop quickly, and that's going to hold the runner at third base as the Aggie defense keeps a runner from scoring. But it's another long base hit for Oklahoma Christian. That's their third double to the wall today. And this one, the second one by first one by Lopez. She singled in the first inning before flying out in the third. That's going to bring up Marty Yeager, walked in the first and got on an error in the third inning. First pitch is high, ball 1. So Oklahoma Christian has left 7 on base in the first three innings. Now they got runners on second and third once again with 2 outs here. Next pitch is outside, 2-0. Yeager batting .348, 4 home runs, 29 RBIs on the season. There's a ball fouled out of play on the left side. 2 balls, 1 strike. Callie Rupp on third. Danae Lopez on second for the Eagles. Oh, there's a wild pitch, and the runner at third, Rupp, decides to stay right where she is. Count goes to 3-1 on the cleanup hitter. Yeager, 4 home runs, 29 RBIs on the season. Count 3 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. There's call strike 2. Count goes full. First base open, but the Aggies would rather end it right here than to see another bases loaded situation. And there's ball 4. That's walk number 4 given up by Reed. Go with 5 strikeouts. Maddie Drummond, the right fielder, steps in. Struck out, called out on strikes in the first, and doubled to the fence in the third inning. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Bases are loaded once again for Oklahoma Christian. It's the third time in 4 innings they have loaded the bases. Only 1 run is scored, though. There's another pitch that's outside, 2-0. Stormy Reed picks up the rosin bag. It's a little dry on her hands as she gets ready for the 2-0 pitch. There's a call strike. Good pitch by Stormy. Count goes 2-1. 2 down, bases loaded. Drummond at the plate. There's a ball fouled off down the right field line, out of play. Count goes to 2-2. Macy George, the third baseman, is on deck. That pitch is high. It's 3-2. Well, all the runners will be off. Three-two, 2 down, bases loaded, top of the 4th. There's a ball fouled out of play. Count remains 3-2 on Drummond, the 5-hitter. And the home plate umpire takes a break to fill up her bag with softballs. So Maddie Drummond steps back in. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Oh, way outside, ball 4. And that's an RBI for Drummond. It's an unearned run, but that's the 5th walk given up by the Aggies. So Rupp, who was on the error by the second baseman, comes in to score. Lopez goes to third. Yeager to second. And we're going to get a designated runner, I would guess. Or a pinch hitter. So we're getting a pinch hitter. It looks like it's going to be Zaria Palmer, freshman from Springdale, Arkansas. First pitch is ball 1 to Palmer. Palmer, a freshman from Springdale, Arkansas. There's a call strike. Well, it's now 2-0. Oklahoma Christian leads it. on 2 bases loaded walks. Here's a swing and a miss for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Palmer. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Oklahoma Christian comes up with a run, though, here in the top of the 4th inning. Let's see, they had 1 hit. And they leave 3 on base. Error by the Aggies. And we now go to the bottom of the 4th. Oklahoma Christian 2. Cameron on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's now Oklahoma Christian 2, Cameron nothing. And the Aggies have sent 9 to the plate in the first 3 innings, and 9 have come back to the dugout. So back to the top of the order, Chloe Broussard, Bryn Weber, and Haley Gardella for Cameron. Broussard struck out in the 1st inning. Elder Resendez has been perfect. There's a called strike on Broussard. Resendez brings the 1-strike pitch, and it's high, 1-1. Resendez, the freshman from Purcell, Oklahoma. A swing and a foul tip. Catcher Yerger cannot hang on to it. Count goes 1 ball, 2 strikes. Broussard, 4th in the conference in walks and 2nd in the conference in being hit by pitches. There's another ball fouled off on the left side. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. She has been hit by pitches 17 times this year. A little bit of an open stance in that left-handed batter's box. There's a pitch that's low, and it's 2-2. Aggies trying to get a base runner. They haven't had one yet. Bryn Weber on deck for the Aggies. There's a pitch that's really close. But it's called ball 3. Count goes full on, and Chloe Broussard leading off for Cameron. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Another ball fouled away on the left side. Here comes the 3-2 pitch again. There's another foul ball. So Broussard hanging in there. Aggies have had a couple of at-bats that have gone 9-10 pitches. Here's the 3-2. Oh, and Broussard thought she had ball 4, and the umpire says, no, you got strike 3. And there's one down here in the top of the 4th inning. Wow. That'll be the 5th strikeout for Resendez. That'll bring up Bryn Weber, a strikeout victim also in the first, and the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Broussard thought she had become the first base runner for the Aggies, and that was not the case. So here's the 0-1, 1-0. And that pitch is called a strike. It's 1-1. Haley Gardella on deck for the Aggies. Weber trying to get on base in front of her. Weber leads the team in runs scored. Count a little low, ball a little low and outside, 2-1. Weber at 386 on the season, second on the team in hitting. As we mentioned, one of only 2 players, along with Riley Ross, that have started every game for Cameron. And there's a foul tip. Count goes 2-2 as Yerger could not hang on to it. So Weber steps out, gets ready to go again. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Ella Resendez. And there's another swing and a foul tip that the catcher Yerger had. Went through a glove, but she couldn't hang on to it. Outfield is about as shallow as you'll see them, I think. Infield is in quite a bit as well. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. And there's 2 down here in the top of the 4th. That'll bring up Haley Gardella. Slow roller to the second baseman for the 3rd out of the 1st inning. And she comes up now with 2 outs in the 4th inning. First pitch is low, ball 1. Gardella first in the conference with 19 home runs, 3rd in RBIs with 60. Hitting .392 on the year. She was above 400 for quite a while. And there was a ball that fouled into the netting behind home plate, and the count goes to 1-1. Boutwell on deck for Cameron with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Ella Resendez, the pitcher for Oklahoma Christian, has been perfect up till this point. And she has 6 strikeouts. There's a pitch called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Haley Gardella. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Rupp has it. Fires to first. Lopez catches it, and that is the 3rd out of the inning as the Aggies go down 1-3. The 4th straight time. We'll go to the top of the 5th. Oklahoma Christian 2, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, to the top of the fifth inning we head. 2-0, Oklahoma Christian leads it. 5 hits for the Eagles, but both runs have come on bases-loaded walks. 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth. Reed has struck out 6 and walked 5 so far through the first 4 innings. Leading off is Cadence Brewster. She goes to bunt, and it goes foul. Count 0-1. Brewster hitting .389 coming into today. Grounded out. There's a one hopper to Gardella. She throws, and Madison Boutwell scoops it out of the dirt for the first out of the inning here in the 5th. That'll bring up Sydney Seat, the left fielder, struck out in the 2nd inning, flew out to the center fielder Weber in the 3rd inning. On a good ball that looked like it might be heading toward the gap in right center field, but Weber ran it down for the 3rd out of the inning. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Seat hitting .322 coming into today. She's 0 for 2, so average will be down a little bit. There's a ball hit down the right side. It's foul. Count goes 1-1. Holly McDougal, the designated player, on deck for Oklahoma Christian. Count 1-1. There's a call, strike 2. On Seat, who was a strikeout victim, the 2nd strikeout victim for Stormy Reed today. There's a high fly ball, and it's going back, and it's off the top of the wall, and it goes past comes back toward the infield, and Sydney Seat's going to have a triple as the ball hit off the top of the very top of the wall, and it bounced past the outfielders back towards home plate, and took a while for Weber to run it down and get the ball back into the infield. So it's a triple for Sydney Seat, her 3rd of the season. And Oklahoma Christian threatening once again as Allie McDougal comes to the plate. McDougal doubled to the wall in the 2nd inning and was called out on strikes in the 4th. First pitch is outside, ball 1. The ball fouled back into the screen. Count goes 1-1. Oklahoma Christian has left 10 on base in the first 4 innings, left the bases loaded 3 times. But in the 1st and the 4th, they drew bases loaded walks before the 3rd out came. There's a fly ball towards right. Broussard coming in, and it's going to be a foul ball. Broussard, a diving catch at the ball just out of her reach. And the umpire is right there to say, nope, foul ball. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the count 1-2 now on McDougal. And there's a line drive to center field. Weber's got it. Let's see what kind of arm she got. Here comes the throw, not in time. It's a sacrifice fly for McDougal. And that makes the score 3-0. As Seat comes in to score, now with 2 outs. So we go back to the top of the order, being up Kylie Brewster. We're in the 5th inning. This is her 4th at bat. Base hit in the 1st, ground out to the shortstop in the 2nd, and fly ball to the left fielder in the 4th. She takes call strike 1 on a good little breaking ball by Stormy Reed. Kylie Brewster hitting .380. There's a swing and a ball fouled on the left side out of play. Count goes to 0-2. There's a ground ball, and it's past the diving Kylie Cochran at shortstop for a base hit. And with 2 outs, Oklahoma Christian has another runner on base. Second hit of the inning. 7th of the game now. That'll bring up Callie Rupp. On a fielder's choice in the first, struck out in the second. On an error by the second baseman and scored a run in the fourth. She scored a run in the first also. She scored the first 2 runs for Oklahoma Christian. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Oklahoma Christian has added another run here in the top of the 5th. Triple by Sydney Seat. Sac fly by Allie McDougall. Ball fouled out of play on the right side. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Grounded right back to Stormy Reed. She fires to Boutwell, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. But Oklahoma Christian comes up with a run. They do it on 1 hit. For the first time, nobody left on base, and we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Oklahoma Christian 3-0. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Aggies not only looking for the first run, looking for their first base runner. Trailing now by a score of 3-0 to Oklahoma Christian. Aggies have sent 12 to the plate, and no one has reached a base. Chloe Broussard probably came the closest on a 3-2 pitch. She was heading down to first on a ball 4, and the umpire said no, it was strike 3. So it'll be Madison Boutwell leading off for the Aggies, followed by Riley Ross and Kylie Cochran. Ella Resendez. First pitch is outside, ball 1, as Boutwell squared the bunt. Resendez might have seen that and thrown the ball outside, but I don't think Madison Boutwell is up there to bunt. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a pitch that's outside. It's 2-0. Boutwell fouled out to the first baseman back in the 2nd inning. On an at-bat that lasted 9 pitches. There's a line shot caught by the shortstop. The second baseman, and there's 1 out. That's the hardest hit ball the Aggies have had all day. Looked like it might be heading to right field, but the second baseman, Kylie Brewster, took a couple steps to her left, stuck her glove out, and came up with the softball. That'll bring up Riley Ross, the Aggie second baseman, called out on strikes in the 2nd inning. She squares the bunt and again gets a ball that's a little high. And now Marty Yeager, the catcher, goes out to talk to her pitcher, Ella Resendez. Not a lot to say to Resendez, other than great job retiring the first 13 batters you've seen today. Maybe to let her know that they're really not going to bunt. Just throw a strike when you see that. I don't know. 1 ball, no strikes. Third baseman George is even with the bag. She's going to come in 1 step. There's a ball fouled off into the screen on the right side. Count goes to 1-1. First baseman Danae Lopez also creeping in just a little as the ball is pitched. Ross on the season hitting .302. There's a pop, and it's a fair ball, and it's going to be a base hit for Riley Ross on a ball that doesn't go 5 feet in front of home plate.
That's not a swat, but okay. That's a hit.
So Riley Ross is the first base runner of the day for the Aggies, and Ella Resendez sees her perfect game end after a 4 1/3 innings, and Kylie Cochran will come to the plate. And now the umpires are going to talk about it.
I think they're going to call it a foul because I think it was pushed into play by the catcher. It was brought into play by the catcher trying to catch it.
The ball was popped up right in front of home plate. Catcher tried to catch it, and ball never left fair territory. So they all shake their heads and agree, and Riley Ross has the first base hit of the day for the Aggies as Kylie Cochran comes up for Cameron now with one down here in the bottom of the fifth. Aggies trailing 3-0. First pitch is a call strike to Cochran. Cochran hitting .316 on the season. No home runs, 11 RBIs for the freshman from Sanger, Texas. She's going to punch run down to the left fielder, and she's going to make the catch. And there are now 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth. And that is the first ball that has really left the infield that the Aggies have hit. There was a pop-up to the third baseman, George, that she might have been a step into the left field territory. That'll bring up Kendall McDaniel, the Aggie catcher. She squares the bunt, and this time Resendez doesn't bite and throw it outside. She throws it down the middle for a call strike. There's a ground ball to the third baseman. George has it. Fires to first in time. And the Aggies go down the order. They pick up a hit. They don't score, and they leave one on base. Riley Ross with the base hit. So we go to the top of the 6th inning. Oklahoma Christian 3, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Oklahoma Christian leading the Aggies by a score of 3-0. And Danae, as the first baseman, will lead it off, followed by Marty Yeager and Maddie Drummond for the Eagles. Stormy Reed still on the mound for Cameron. First pitch is a call strike on Danae Lopez. Reed has struck out 6 and walked 5. Pitch is outside. For Oklahoma Christian. Singled in the first. Ball fouled off. Play. First flew out to the right fielder, Chloe Broussard, in the third inning on a ball that went to the warning track right in front of the fence and then doubled in the fourth. It's another ball fouled back into the screen. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lopez hitting .393 coming into today, so that average is going up. She's 2 for 3 so far. Marty Yerger on deck, the Eagles catcher. There's another ball. Foul down the first baseline. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, once again, I think I said at the end of that last inning that it was the first time Oklahoma Christian didn't leave somebody on base. There was a little flare into center field, and it hits and it gets by Weber. It's going to go all the way to the fence as Lopez is heading for third base. And it's going to be a triple for Lopez. So it's a leadoff triple for Lopez, and Marty Yerger will now come to the plate. The ball bounced right in front of Weber and then shot to her right. She was right in front of it, and then it took a bad hop, and now we're going to get a designated runner. And coming in will be Brooke Eggleton, a freshman from Keller, Texas. So Eggleton to run. And that's going to bring up Yerger. First pitch low, ball 1. Yerger, the catcher, walked in the first. On an error in the third and walked in the fourth. So she's 0 for 1 today. There's a call strike. Counts 1-1. So Oklahoma Christian leading 3-0 has a leadoff triple. Threatening to put another one on the board. And there's a line drive caught by the left fielder, and she quickly gets the throw in as Hunkin's throw is a one-hopper to Kendall McDaniel. And Eggleton running at third base had no option but to stay right there. And there's one down here in the top of the 6th. That'll bring up Maddie Drummond. Called out on strikes in the first, doubled to the wall in the third, and walked in the fourth. First pitch is outside, ball 1. There's a slow roller to the second baseman. Ross has it, throws to first in time for the second out of the inning, but it's going to be an RBI for Drummond. That's her second RBI. And there is now 2 outs and nobody on base. So Oklahoma Christian has left 11 in the first 5 innings. As Macy George comes to the plate. First pitch is a ball. Ooh, second one really got away from Stormy, and Kendall McDaniel ended up catching that about umpire's face high. George walked in the first, struck out in the third, was pitch hit for in the fourth. So the count goes to 3-0. And there's a high fly ball, left field. Hunkin's going back, and she's got it for the third out of the inning. So, 1 left on base, 1 hit, but no runs score. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Oklahoma Christian 3, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Yeah, they trail by a score of 3-0. And the only base runner was Riley Ross last inning on a ball that popped up in front of home plate, and the catcher, Yeager, couldn't corral it. And the ball went about 5 feet, and that's been the only base runner for Cameron today. Ashton Fulfer to lead it off for Cameron. Takes the first pitch. It's ball 1. Oh, there was a pitch just on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. So Fulfer steps back in, hitting .262. There's a ball fouled off right in front of home plate. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fulfer hitting .262, no home runs, 10 RBIs on the season. Count 1-2 on and there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. That'll be 7 strikeouts now for Resendez. Cameron Hunkins comes to the plate now. Hunkins, the 9 hitter, struck out in the 3rd on 3 pitches. Comes with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Not too late to get something started. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Hunkins hitting .280 on the season. There's a ball fouled back into the screen, 1-1. Infield, or the outfield rather, playing shallow depth, I would call it, for Hunkins. She slaps at 1, and it goes into the screen, foul behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Cameron. Chloe Broussard on deck. One ball, 2 strikes on Cameron Hunkins. Ella Resendez fires, and it's high, 2-2. Resendez has been in control of this game from the beginning. Struck out the first 2 batters and retired the first 13 for 4 1/3 innings. Before that, there was a fly ball out in the left field, and the left fielder seat is under it. And there is 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Chloe Broussard comes to the plate for Cameron. Called out on, struck out in the 1st, called out on strikes in the 4th. On the 9th pitch of the at-bat. She thought she had ball 4, and the umpire said it was strike 3, and that was the end of that discussion. Let's see what happens here. Well, there's a call strike. Broussard, left-handed hitter, stands in the front of the box. Open stance. And there's a ground ball. Second baseman bobbles it momentarily and can't pick it up. It'll be an error on the second baseman, Brewster. And it'll be a base runner on for the Aggies with 2 out here in the bottom of the 6th as Bryn Weber comes to the plate. Weber, a strikeout victim in both the 1st and the 4th inning. Just the second base runner for Cameron tonight, or this afternoon. Wind continues to blow out of the south. Aggies hoping Weber can get on and Haley Gardella can come to the plate. There's a call strike. As Gardella is the leading home run hitter in the Lone Star Conference. I believe that De Los Santos from West Texas has tied her with 19 apiece. There's a swing and a miss for strike two. Trying to slap at one. Broussard faked as if she was going to go, and Resendez, the pitcher, immediately ducked down to give her catcher Yerger a clean look at second base, but there was no throw necessary as Broussard back to first. So it's no balls, 2 strikes. There's a ball foul back into the screen. Count remains 0-2. Broussard on an error, just the second base runner for Cameron. Gardella waits, hoping to come to the plate this inning. There's a pitch that's outside. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's another ball fouled off into the screen. Count remains 1-2 now on Weber. Resendez has struck out 7 Aggies here with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Weber fouls that one off. Right off the tip of the catcher's glove. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hanging in tough. Bryn Weber, the Aggie center fielder, with Gardella waiting on deck. Broussard running at first. Third baseman in about 3 steps for the Eagles. Another ball. Foul straight back. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Weber. Aggies have had about 4 or 5 of these at-bats where they've gone multiple pitches into the 8-9 pitch category. Let's see what happens here. There's a pitch that's just outside. Count goes to 2-2. This will be the 9th pitch coming up. And it's a strike 3 as Weber could not catch up to it. And that is the 3rd out of the inning and the 8th strikeout for Resendez. So the Aggies leave 1 on base after the error by Oklahoma Christian. We go to the top of the 7th, Oklahoma Christian 3, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We head to the top of the 7th. Stormy Reed back out on the mound for the Aggies. It'll be Cadence Brewster, the center fielder, followed by Sidney Seat and Allie McDougal. Brewster is 0 for 3 today, with 0 for 2 with a walk, grounded out to the shortstop in the 1st inning and grounded out to the 3rd baseman in the 5th inning and drew a walk in the 3rd inning. First pitch is swung and fouled as the ball never left the batter's box. Count is no balls, 1 strike. Cameron just 2 base runners today. The lone hit. Oh, there's a long fly ball out to left field. And back is Hunkins, and she hauls it in for the first out of the inning. With the wind blowing out from the south, when that ball first went up, it looked like it might have a chance to clear the fence, but Hunkins kept going back and was on the warning track when she hauled it in. Sydney Seat now comes up, struck out in the second inning, flew out to the center fielder in the third inning, and then tripled and scored a run in the fifth. And there was a little fly ball to right field, and Chloe Broussard is right there. And just like that, there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Stormy Reed's only had to throw 3 pitches so far. Allie McDougal, the designated player, doubled to the wall in the second inning, called out on strikes in the fourth, and hit a sacrifice fly to Weber in center field in the 5th inning to bring home a run. And that made it 3-0. There's a called strike. Ball 1 now. The ball fouled out of play over the press box. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Reed used 3 pitches to get the first 2 batters, and here's the 4th pitch coming up now to Allie McDougal. And it's way high. Count goes to 3-1. Count 3-1 on McDougal. I thought it was 3-1. I guess it was 2-1. Now it's 3-1. Well, I guess it's 3-2. Regardless, here's the pitch, and it's a ground ball to Ross at second. She has it and fires to Boutwell at first. And they're 3 outs. So Oklahoma Christian goes down 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th. And we go to the bottom of the 7th, the last chance for the Aggies. Oklahoma Christian 3, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Last opportunity for Cameron. When these 2 teams played back on Valentine's Day, Cameron led 10-4 going into the bottom of the 7th. And Oklahoma Christian scored 9 runs. So why can't the Aggies? Haley Gardella to lead it off, followed by Madison Batwell and Riley Ross. Gardella has grounded out twice today, once to the second baseman, once to the shortstop. Again, the Aggies with just 1 hit, 2 base runners, an error by Oklahoma Christian in the 6th inning, a hit in the 5th inning by Ross. There's a ball fouled into the screen, 1-1 to Haley Gardella. The Aggies' leading hitter came in hitting .392. Batwell to follow, then Riley Ross for the Aggies here in the 7th. There's a pitch that's outside, 2 balls and a strike. Ella Resendez was perfect for 4 1/3 inning. Has only allowed 2 base runners. There's a high fly ball down the right field line. The right fielder is over and makes a diving stop. Matty Drummond makes the catch for the out. And there's 1 down in the bottom of the 7th. That'll bring up Madison Batwell for the Aggies. Fouled out to the first baseman in the 2nd inning, lined out to the 2nd baseman in the 5th. That line out was the first hard hit ball Cameron had had all day. There's another ground ball to the 2nd baseman. Brewster has it, throws to Lopez, and there's 2 down. Aggies are down to their last at bat as Riley Ross comes to the plate. Called out on strikes in the 2nd. A base hit that went about 5 feet in front of home plate for the only hit of the game for the Aggies. First pitch, a swing and a foul ball into the screen behind home. Marty Yerger retrieves the ball and fires back to her pitcher, Ella Resendez. Resendez, just her 13th start of the season. She'd appeared in relief 14 times for Oklahoma Christian. There's ball 1. Resendez has, in the 12 starts, had 5 complete games, 2 shutouts. There's a pitch that's high. 2 balls and a strike. Kylie Cochran on deck for the Aggies. Ross hitting .302 coming into today's action. That average will go up a point or so. There's another foul ball into the screen. Count goes 2-2 on Riley Ross. Resendez has struck out 8 through the first 7 innings. With 2 outs in the 7th, rather. So here's the 2-2 pitch to Riley Ross. Just outside, 3-2. Kylie Cochran on deck for the Aggies. The ball fouled out of play on the right side. And the count remains 3-2 on Ross. There's a good chance the Aggies may come back with Stormy Reed in the 2nd game. There's a ground ball to the 3rd baseman on her knees. 1 hop and not in time. And it will be a base hit for Riley Ross. And she has 2 of those now. A great stop by the 3rd baseman, George. Went down on her knees, but had to fire from behind 3rd base from her knees. 2 bouncer to the 1st baseman, and Ross was sliding in to beat the throw. So it's ball 1 to Kylie Cochran with Ross on 1st base. Second hit of the day for Ross. Neither one left the infield. It was a called strike. Doesn't matter where the ball ends up. It matters where the batter ends up, and Riley's on 1st. So Cochran has a 1-1 count with Kendall McDaniel on deck for the Aggies. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Rupp has it. Fires to 2nd to Brewster. And that's going to be the last out of the game as the Aggies go down by a score of 3-0 in the 7th inning. They left 1 on base and got a hit. And Oklahoma Christian goes to 29-8 in Lone Star Conference action. The Aggies fall below 500 again in the conference. They go to 18-19 in conference play, 26-24 overall for Cameron. Well, don't go away. We've got a second game coming up. Aggies and Eagles. That was a good one. A good performance by Ella Resendez. She goes to 12.
welcome to McMahon Field on the campus of Cameron University. It's time for today's game in the Lone Star Conference featuring the Oklahoma Christian Eagles and the Cameron University Aggies. Here are today's starting lineups. First, for Oklahoma Christian. Number 1, Kylie Brewster. Number 5, Kelly Ross. Number 24, Danae Lopez. Number 11, Marty Yeager. Number 21, Maddie Drummer. Number 77, Cadence Brewster. Number 3, Sydney Seat. Number 13, Allie McDougall. Number 4, Macy George. Number 22, Jill Dixon. And now, introducing today's starting lineup for your Cameron University Aggies. Leading off, right fielder, number 3, Chloe Burchard. Batting second, center fielder, number 7, Bryn Weber. Batting third, third baseman, number 25, Haley Gardella. Batting cleanup, first baseman, number 9, Madison Boutwell. Batting fifth, second baseman, number 2, Riley Ross. Batting sixth, shortstop, number 23, Kylie Cochran. Batting seventh, catcher, number 6, Kendall McDaniel. Batting eighth, designated hitter, number 18, Ashton Fulfer. Batting ninth, left fielder, number 11, Cameron Pumpkin. Starting pitcher, number 10, Madison Fulfer.
Just take a peek around that corner and stop. See him there, but that one there, you just hit the boom, started busting the cap and going. I think Well, welcome back to McMahon Field as we get set for the second game of our doubleheader between the visitors, the Eagles of Oklahoma Christian University, and your Cameron University Aggies. Oklahoma Christian took the first game by a score of 3-0. Aggies only had 2 hits, both by Riley Ross. As we mentioned during the game, neither one of them left the infield. It was a commanding performance by Ella Resendez, the pitcher for Oklahoma Christian. Now the Aggies get Jill Dixon, who will be on the mound. Jill Dixon was the Lone Star Conference preseason pitcher of the year. But for the Aggies, Madison Fulfer is on the mound, and we're ready to go. The lineup is exactly the same for both teams, other than one defensive switch. One pitch is a ground ball to Riley Ross. She throws to Batwell, and there is one out here in the top of the first inning. So that was Kylie Brewster. Callie Rupp is next, and then Danae Lopez. Marty Yerger, Maddie Drummond, and Cadence Brewster in the middle of the order. And the bottom 3 are Cindy Seat, Allie McDougall, and Macy George. So this is Callie Rupp stepping in. First pitch is ball 1. Rupp was 0 for 4, but scored 2 runs in the first game. Got on a fielder's choice and got on an error, and scored both times. There's a called strike, 1-1, or swing and a miss for 1-1. Madison Fulfer on the mound, 6-8 on the season with a 4.46 ERA. In 84 2/3 innings, just 42 strikeouts. There's a foul ball down the third base line. Count goes to 1-2 on Rupp. Fulfer is a ground ball pitcher. And since Oklahoma Christian hit about 4 balls to the wall in the first game, maybe this is a good move. There was a high pop-up. Back is Ross, and she's going to catch it over her shoulder for the out. As the right fielder Broussard was charging in, but Ross took charge and makes the catch, and there's 2 outs here in the top of the first. Danae Lopez, the first baseman, will come to the plate. Lopez 3 for 4 in the first game, and there's a slow roller down the third base line, and Gardella picks it up after it has gone foul. Lopez, a sophomore from Amarillo, Texas. The only change for Oklahoma Christian is that Maddie Drummond and Allie McDougall switched positions, as McDougall is now the right fielder and Maddie Drummond is the designated player. That pitch is low, 2 balls and a strike. No change for Aggies defensively. Kendall McDaniel behind the plate. Madison Batwell at first. There's a pitch that's outside. It's 3-1. Batwell at first, Riley Ross at second, Haley Gardella at third base. Kylie Cochran, the shortstop for the Aggies. Cameron Hunkins, Bryn Weber, and Chloe Broussard, the outfield going left to right. Here's the 3-1. There's a line shot down the right field line, but it's foul. Count goes to 3-2 on Danae Lopez. Oklahoma Christian won that first game 3-0. The first 2 runs coming in on bases loaded walks. Then they picked up a run on a triple and a sacrifice fly later on. There's another ball fouled back into the screen. Count remains 3-2. Oklahoma Christian had 8 hits in the first game with 1 error. Aggies, 2 hits, 2 errors. I guess Riley Ross filled up the scorebook. She had both hits and was charged with 2 errors. There's a ground ball right back to Fulfer, and she snags it with her glove and throws to Batwell at first. And Oklahoma Christian goes down in order in the so it's Oklahoma Christian 0. Cameron coming to the plate. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we head to the bottom of the first inning. Same lineup for the Aggies as we had in the first game. Chloe Broussard to lead it off, followed by Bryn Weber and Haley Gardella. Madison Boutwell, Riley Ross, and Kylie Cochran in the middle of the order. And Kendall McDaniel, Ashton Fulfer, and Cameron Hunkins, the bottom third for the Aggies. First pitch from Jill Dixon is a call strike on Chloe Broussard. Broussard, like the other 8 batters of the Aggies, 7 of the 8 batters for the Aggies in the first game. It was called strike 2. Did not get a hit. Riley Ross, as we mentioned, had 2 hits for the Aggies. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So Broussard goes down 1-2-3 to Jill Dixon. Comes in with a record of 16-6, 2.22 ERA, and in 135 and a third innings has struck out 153. She is second, I believe, in the Lone Star Conference behind Stormy Reed in strikeouts. First pitch is low, ball 1. To Weber, the Aggie center fielder. There's a call strike. There's that outside pitch getting called a strike, what we're used to seeing. Marty Yerger behind the plate again. Delay Lopez at first. Kylie Brewster at second. Macy George at third for Oklahoma Christian. And there's a little flare out into left field, and Cindy Seat is there to make the catch, and there's 2 outs. Callie Rupp, again, is at shortstop, and then a Cindy Seat, Cadence Brewster, and now Allie McDougall left to right in the outfield for Oklahoma Christian. Jill Dixon on the mound was the Lone Star Conference preseason pitcher of the year. That's 16 wins right now, places her third in the conference in victories. And there's a swing and a miss by Haley Gardella to start it off. Gardella, the sophomore from Royce City, Texas. Hitting third in the lineup. And there's a pop-up down the right field line, and the first baseman cannot get to it. No balls, 2 strikes now on Gardella. Gardella stands in the front of the batter's box. Next pitch is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on the Aggie third baseman. Gardella started the season designated player, and then she started catching and playing third base as the season went along. It was a foul tip. Gets away from the catcher Yerger, and count remains 1-2. Jill Dixon, the right-handed pitcher, back in the circle, and here's the pitch. There's another foul ball by Gardella. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gardella, in 166 at-bats on the season, has struck out 21 times, walked 22 times. Count remains 1-2, and there's strike 3. So each team goes down in order in the first inning. We've played 1. It's Oklahoma Christian nothing, Cameron nothing. We head to the second inning. This Well, we head to the top of the second inning. It'll be the middle of the lineup for Oklahoma Christian. Marty Yeager, Matty Drummond, and Cadence Brewster. Yeager 0 for 2 in the first game with 2 walks. Left-handed batter. Madison Fulfer back out on the mound. And we get a call, strike 1 on Yeager to start the at-bat. Pitches outside, ball 1. We mentioned that Fulfer's a ground ball pitcher. She got 2 ground balls in the first inning and a pop-up behind into shallow right field that Riley Ross, the second baseman, was able to corral. Well, there's a good-looking breaking ball that just missed the plate. It's 2 balls and 1 strike on Yeager, the Eagles catcher. There's a line shot, and it goes into center field, and it's a base hit for Yeager. So that'll bring up Maddie Drummond, the designated player. She was 1 for 3 in the first game. And she goes to bunt, and it's a foul, strike 1. Runner on first is Yeager, nobody down here. Again, she squares to bunt, and it's a foul ball. And there's 2 strikes now on Maddie Drummond. 88 degrees in Lawton right now. According to the old weather app, it feels like 90. Wind out of the south-southwest at 5 miles an hour. There's a ground ball to Ross. Flips to Cochran to first base. A double play for the Aggies. So Drummond grounds into the 4-6-3 double play. Second baseman to the shortstop to first base. And there are 2 down here in the top of the second inning. And that'll bring up Cadence Brewster, the center fielder. Ground ball right back to Fulfer. She knocks it down with her glove. She picks it up and throws to Boutwell. And that's the end of the second for Oklahoma Christian. So, inning, Oklahoma Christian nothing, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Where we go to the bottom of the second, it'll be the middle of the order for the Aggies. Madison Boutwell, Riley Ross, and Kylie Cochran. On to face Jill Dixon, one of the top pitchers in the Lone Star Conference. Boutwell stands in, and here's the first offering. Breaking ball, call strike. Like all but Ross, Boutwell hitless in the first game, 0 for 3. There's a check swing for call strike, and it's no balls, 2 strikes on Madison Boutwell. Riley Ross on deck for Cameron. Boutwell, the junior from Aledo, Texas, ground ball to the shortstop, and Rupp is up with it and fires to Lopez. 1 down here in the bottom of the second. And here's Riley Ross, the senior from Newcastle, Oklahoma. 2 for 3 in the first game for the Aggies. The only 2 hits Cameron had. First pitch is thrown outside. It's 1 ball, no strikes on the Cameron second baseman. There's another pitch that's a little high and outside. Count goes to 2-0 on Ross. Jill Dixon behind now, 2-0. There's a swing and a foul tip, strike 1. Riley Ross, one of 2 players on the roster that has started every game this year for the Cameron. That pitch is inside. It's 3-1. Well, it's a hitter's count. Well, let's see what Riley does with it. Outfield medium depth. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Rupp has it. Fires to first, and Lopez catches it, and there's 2 down. So 2 ground balls to the shortstop Rupp, and there's 2 down here in the second inning as Kylie Cochran, the Aggie shortstop, comes to the plate. Kylie 0 for 3, 2 ground outs, and a fly ball out in that first game. First pitch, call strike. Left-handed hitting Cochran back in to the batter's box. And she flares one out into left field, but Sydney Seat is there. And the Aggies go down in order once again, 1, 2, 3. So we head to the top of the third. Oklahoma Christian nothing, Cameron nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We go to the top of the third. Bottom third of the order for Oklahoma Christian coming up. Sydney Seat, Allie McDougal, and Macy George. Seat 1 for 4 with a run scored in the first game. She had a triple in the 5th and came home on a sacrifice fly. First pitch is a call strike. So it's 0-1 on Seat. Ground ball right back to Fulfer, and she throws to Boutwell. 1 down here as Fulfer has her 3rd ground ball out. Again, not unusual for Madison on a day when she is on, so to speak, and right now she seems to be on. 1 down here in the top of the third. That'll bring up Allie McDougal, the right fielder today, in this game rather. She takes call strike one. She was the designated player in the first game and was 1 for 1 for 3 with an RBI, coming on a sacrifice fly. There's a pitch that's low, 1-1. McDougal, a junior from Moore, Oklahoma. That pitch is low, 2 balls and a strike. That one gets away from Fulfer, and the count goes to 3-1 on McDougal. So Madison steps back, gets her composure. She fires one in, gets a swinging miss. It's 3-2 now on the Eagles' right fielder. Macy George on deck for Oklahoma Christian. So here's the 3-2 pitch. There's a swing to Gardella. She's up, fires to Batwell, and there are 2 down in the top of the third. Well, after getting behind 3-1, Fulfer comes back and gets McDougal. That'll bring up Macy George, the third baseman. Batted 6th in the first game. She was 0 for 2 rather. First pitch is a call strike. Ground ball to Cochran, to Boutwell, and that's the end of the top of the third as Oklahoma Christian goes down 1-2-3. We got this little pitcher's duel going here. We go to the bottom of the third. No score. Oklahoma Christian and Cameron. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the bottom of the third, and no score between the Eagles and the Aggies. Kendall McDaniel will lead it off for Cameron, the bottom third of the order. McDaniel followed by Ashton Fulfer and Cameron Hunkins, the left fielder. Jill Dixon back on the mound for her third inning. And McDaniel squares the bunt, pulls it back, and gets a call strike. The wind seems to have shifted, and now it's kind of out of the northwest. And there's a shot into center field, and it's going to get down for a base hit for Kendall McDaniel. Center fielder Cadence Brewster over immediately and gets the ball in, and the Aggies have their first base runner of the game. So Ashton Fulfer will come to the plate, the designated player for the Aggies. I think we're going to get a designated runner for Kendall McDaniel. And it is. It's going to be Peyton Dickerson on to run. So Peyton Dickerson will run for McDaniel as Ashton Fulfer comes to the plate. Let's see if she's going to be bunting away. There comes the third baseman, squares to bunt, pitches low, ball one. Third baseman Macy George in Danae Lopez, the first baseman, both charging. It means Dickerson, if the ball is bunted, has to get to second base in a hurry. There's a pitch that's low. It's 2-0. So Fulfer gets ahead in the count. With Dickerson now running at first, Cameron Hunkins on deck for the Aggies. She squares. That's a call strike. So 2 balls and a strike on Fulfer. And now she calls timeout and goes down and talks to Brian Howard, the head coach. Figures out what the strategy is here. With the third baseman and first baseman charging in, gives you a few more gaps. Try to punch the ball through. And the second baseman is Brewster is heading for first base. So there'll be a hole there between first and second. There's the bunt. It's foul. Count goes 2-2. So 2-2 the count on Fulfer. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So that'll bring up Cameron Hunkins for the Aggies. Left-handed batter. First pitch is a call strike. Not squaring the bunt. There's a ball that's poked down the right field line. Left field line, rather, out of play. It's 0-2. Peyton Dickerson running at first for the Aggies for Kendall McDaniel. Count 0-2 now on Hunkins, with Chloe Broussard on deck for the Aggies. And there's one. She pokes it into left field, and the Aggies have runners on first and second with just one out here in the bottom of the third inning. The ball actually landed on the infield before it headed out to left field as she just kind of poked it out there. And now here comes the head coach, Shaylee Rodriguez, to talk to her pitcher. Chloe Broussard will be up to the plate for the Aggies. Struck out in the first inning. This is the first time today it's taken 10 innings for the Aggies to get a runner in scoring position. So everyone goes back to their positions. As Chloe Broussard steps into the plate, up to the batter's box. Peyton Dickerson running at second base. Cameron Hunkins at first. First pitch is a outside, ball 1. Aggies lost the first game 3-0, trying to get on the scoreboard first here in game 2. There's a pitch that's called strike, 1-1. Wind seems to have died down right now. Again, she squares the bunt. Pulls it back, and it's called strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Broussard, with Bryn Weber on deck for the Aggies. Third baseman George is way in. There's a slap hit. It's off the pitcher's glove. She goes to the shortstop Rupp, who flips it underhand to Brewster at second, and Hunkins is out at second base on the fielder's choice, and it allows Peyton Dickerson to go to third. Well, the ball was off the pitcher's glove, Dixon's glove, and the shortstop Rupp made a good play coming in, still able to field the ball and underhand it to her second baseman Brewster. So that'll bring up Bryn Weber. There's a swing and a foul ball on the first pitch of the at-bat. So now Aggies at first and third. Peyton Dickerson at third. Chloe Broussard on first for the Aggies. And now the home plate umpire comes all the way out. I think the catcher probably caught a little bit of that foul ball, so the umpire is giving her a little chance to recoup. Goes all the way out to the pitcher and hands her the softball, and we're ready to go. No balls, 1 strike on Bryn Weber, who flew out to the left fielder in the first inning. There's a pitch that's outside, 1-1. Weber hitting .386 coming into today's action. Struck out 3 times in the first game. There's a pitch that's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Weber, with Haley Gardella on deck for Cameron. Outfield rather shallow for Weber. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. She bobbles the football, and a run scores, and the Aggies lead it by a score of 1-0. It's an error by Rupp, as Dickerson comes in to score, and Broussard moves to second. And that'll bring up Haley Gardella. The Aggies have their first run of the day, and they now lead it 1-0. So here's Gardella, strikeout victim in the first inning. There's a line drive into right field. McDougal's got the ball. She's thrown it inbounds, but not before Broussard comes in to score, and it's 2-0 Cameron. Base hit and an RBI for Haley Gardella. Weber went to third. Gardella now at first. And Madison Batwell comes to the plate. Third hit of the inning for the Aggies. And now the catcher Yeager goes out to talk to Jill Dixon. Boutwell grounded out to the shortstop Rupp in the second inning. So the error costs Oklahoma Christian 2 runs here in the bottom of the third. There's a swing and a miss at the first pitch by Boutwell. No balls and a strike. First and third, 2 down. There's a ground ball. It's a foul ball. Macy George fielded it in foul territory. The ball hit in fair territory, but when it got to the third base bag, it was foul. The count goes to 0-2 on Madison Boutwell. And Boutwell fouls that one off on the right side out of play. Count remains 0-2. Weber on third, Gardella at first for the Aggies. 2-0, Cameron leads it. That pitch is low. Ball one. Riley Ross on deck for Cameron. And there's a little nubber to the pitcher. Dixon picks it up, fires to Lopez, and that's going to be the end of the inning. But the Aggies come up with 2 runs. And we go to the top of the 4th. It's now Cameron 2, Oklahoma Christian nothing. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We head to the top of the 4th, and for the first time today, Cameron leads the softball game. Leads a softball game. 2-0, Aggies. It'll be back to the top of the order for Oklahoma Christian. Kylie Brewster, Kaylee Rupp, and Danae Lopez. Brewster laces the first one into center field for a base hit. Just past Cochran at shortstop. And that'll bring up Callie Rupp. Popped up to the second baseman Ross in the first inning. So Madison Fulfer brings the first pitch, and there's a quick throw to first base and almost got that tag down in time. Rupp bunts it. Picked up by Fulfer. Fires to first. She dropped it. Boutwell dropped the ball, and safe at first is Rupp. So Rupp, trying to sacrifice, gets on base on an error by the first baseman who dropped the ball, Boutwell. That's going to bring up Danae Lopez, throwing us at first and third. Brewster able to advance to third because of the error. There's a ground ball to Gardella. And it's foul ball. Strike one. So the Aggies leading 2-0. Oklahoma Christian trying to get back into it right here. Pitches outside, 1-1. It's a critical time for the Aggies right here in this game. There's a ball hit right back to the pitcher, Fulfer. She throws to first after holding the runner at third, and there's one down. And that is the fourth ground ball back to Madison Fulfer, one each inning. But the runner Rupp was able to move to second base, and that's going to bring up Marty Yeager. Yeager singled to lead off the second inning and was out on a double play. So now the tying runs are in scoring position. First pitch is outside, ball one. Runners at second and third. Brewster at third. Rupp at second. Pitch a little high. It's 2-0 now. Yeager hitting .348 on the season coming into today. And there's a fly ball. It's back to center. It's over Weber's head. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs are going to score easy. And it's a 2 RBI double for Marty Yeager, and we're tied. So Maddie Drummond comes in to score. Oh, excuse me, comes to the plate now. She hit into a double play her first time up, just the second time this season she has done that. There's a ground ball to Ross at second. She fires to Boutwell, and there's 2 down as the runner Yeager moves to third base. That'll bring up Cadence Brewster, who grounded back to the pitcher Fulfer in the second inning. First pitch is outside, ball 1. 2 runs are in, 1 will be unearned. Both Cameron runs are unearned in the bottom of the third because of the error. There's a fly ball to right. Broussard back at the warning track, at the wall, and the catch. But Oklahoma Christian comes back with 2 runs, and they do it on 2 hits. 1 big Cameron error, and they leave a runner on base. So we go to the bottom of the 4th. It's now Oklahoma Christian 2, Cameron 2. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Head to the bottom of the 4th inning. We're all tied 2-2. Aggies come up with 2 in the bottom of the 3rd. Oklahoma Christian answers with 2. Riley Ross to lead it off, followed by Kylie Cochran and Kendall McDaniel. Ross shows a bunt and pulls it back, and it's called strike 1. Lopez at first charging in, as was George at third. Brewster, the second baseman, running over to cover first. And there's a base hit. It's going to go all the way to the wall, and Ross is going to head to second base with a, well, I was going to say a stand-up double, but she slid into the base. A slide-in double for Riley Ross, and the Aggies have a runner in scoring position here in the bottom of the 4th, with Kylie Cochran coming to the plate, followed by Kendall McDaniel. Cochran flew out to the left fielder in the second inning. Kind of a little slap hit. Let's see what happens here if she's going to square to bunt. Nope. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Yeager, the catcher, trying to frame it up for the umpire, and he says, no, that one was too far outside. Jill Dixon brings the 1-0 pitch. It's also outside. It's 2-0. So Cochran's got a little bit of an advantage here at the plate with a 2-0 count. And there's a call strike. The catcher, Yeager, throws down to Brewster at second, but Ross easily back to second base. There's a call strike, 2 balls and 1 strike now on Cochran. Shows the bunt, and it's outside. It's 3 balls and a strike. Here's the 3-1. She bunts. Third baseman drops the ball. She was looking at third base trying to decide if she should throw to Rupp, who was covering, and she took her eye off the ball, and it's going to be an error on the third baseman. Ross makes it to third easily. Cochran makes it to first easily, so it's first and third with nobody out. Kendall McDaniel coming to the plate for the Aggies. She singled her first time up. Her pinch runner, Peyton Dickerson, ended up scoring the first run of the game for the Aggies. So now Cameron has runners at first and third with nobody out. We're in the bottom of the fourth, all tied at 2. McDaniel steps in. Hitting .298 on the season. First pitch is swung on and out of play over the press box. No balls and a strike. Second error of the game against Oklahoma Christian. There's a call strike. So the count 0-2 on McDaniel with Ashton Fulfer on deck for Cameron. There's a pop-up. Second baseman is there. Brewster has it easily. And there's one down with Ashton Fulfer coming to the plate. Fulfer struck out in the third in her first plate appearance. Hitting .262 coming into today's action. Just 10 RBIs. Good chance here to pick up another one. Let's see what happens. First pitch is a call strike. Swing and a miss for strike 2. And Jill Dixon coming back with runners on first and third, nobody out. Gets a pop-up. Now 0-2 on Fulfer. And there's a drive over the shortstop's head. One run comes in easily, and Fulfer has a base hit RBI. Just over the shortstop Rupp's head in center field, in short left field. Riley Ross scores, and Cochran moves to second. So that'll bring up Cameron Hunkins with runners, and we're going to get a pinch runner again for Ashton Fulfer. Ansley Roach, pinch running. So Hunkins comes to the plate with runners at first and second. Hunkins, a left-handed batter, stands in the back of the batter's box. Here's Dixon's first pitch, and it's right there. Call strike. And there's a ball slapped foul down over the Aggie dugout on the left side. Count goes to 0-2 on Hunkins. Singled last time up and was erased on a force out at second before an error opened the door for the Aggies. There's another ball punched foul. Count remains 0-2. Cochran at second, Roach running at first. There's a pitch that's way high. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. A leadoff double by Ross has given the Aggies got the inning started. She scored to give the Aggies the lead. There's another ball punched foul on the left side out of into the screen, so it's 2-2. Another one punched foul. Cameron Hunkins hanging in there. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. She's fouled off 3 pitches since she got to 2 strikes. And there's a one just down the line, but foul down the left field line over the outstretched glove of George at third base. Count remains 1-2. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. And only 1 ball on Cameron Hunkins. Oh, it hit her. And the bases are loaded. Hunkins hit by a pitch on her hands. And Cameron has the bases loaded with 1 out. Cochran goes to third. Roachwood goes down to second. Now the coach for Oklahoma Christian, Shaylee Rodriguez, comes out. And their argument's going to be that it should be a foul ball, but it hit her on the hands and didn't hit the bat. But I hope playing umpire is going to have to talk with his colleagues to see what their analysis of all of that was. It appeared to me that the ball hit her hand and didn't catch any part of the bat, but they'll discuss it. So the bases are loaded, and Chloe Broussard is coming to the plate for the Aggies. Broussard struck out in the first, was on a fielder's choice in the third, and scored a run after an error. Led to 2 runs being scored. First pitch is low, ball 1. So we've got Cochran at third, Roach running at second, and Hunkins at first for the Aggies. A lot of speed on the bases. Chloe Broussard at the plate. Here's the 1-0. It's outside 2-0. Three to 2, Cameron leads it. They've already scored 1 run in this inning. There's a call strike. 2 balls, 1 strike now on Broussard. Aggie leadoff hitter. We talked about in the first game her ability to draw walks and get hit by pitches. There's call strike 2. For Hunkins, that was just the second time she's been hit by a pitch this year. Count now 2-2 on Chloe Broussard. Base hit might go a long way to breaking this thing open. And she slaps it. Pitcher's got it. She's going to throw home. And the catcher had to go high to catch the ball, came off the plate, but then she was able to get the glove down and tag out Cochran at home. So it's a fielder's choice by Broussard. And Cochran is out. Roach moves to third. Hunkins moves to second. And Broussard's at first, and that'll bring up Bryn Weber. She squares the bunt with 2 outs. I don't think she's going to bunt. It was a strike. That's just my opinion. No balls and a strike on Weber. Flew out in to left field in the first inning. There's a ball fouled away. It's 0-2. Reached on base by an error by the shortstop in the third inning, which led to 2 Cameron runs. Now, with the bases loaded, she finds herself behind 0-2. Pitch is high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That pitch is outside. It's 2-2. So Dixon got ahead 0-2, and now it's 2-2. Dixon has struck out 3 today. And there's a fly ball. Left fielder in foul territory. Seat has it. And that's the end of the bottom of the 4th inning. But the Aggies come up with a run. And they do it on 2 hits. 1 error, and they leave the bases loaded. At the top of the 5th inning, it's now Cameron 3, Oklahoma Christian 2. This is Cameron Softball on Sports. Well, we go to the top of the 5th, Sidney Seat to lead it off for Oklahoma Christian, the left fielder. Grounded out to the pitcher, Fulfer, back in the 3rd. There's a line drive right to Riley Ross. And there is 1 out here on 1 pitch in the top of the 5th. Cameron now leading by a score of 3-2 as Allie McDougall comes up. The right fielder grounded out to the shortstop in the 3rd inning. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Madison Fulford faced the minimum number of batters through 3 innings. But Oklahoma Christian sent 6 to the plate in the 4th. And there's a little flare, and Ross has it. And now there's 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Macy George, the 3rd baseman, comes up. She grounded out to the shortstop in the 3rd inning. Left-handed batter. Squared as if she was going to bunt. She pulled it back, and the ball was outside, ball 1. Next pitch is way outside, 2-0. Fulfer got the first 2 outs on 3 pitches. Let's see what happens here. There's a fly ball. The left field, Hunkins, is right there. And Oklahoma Christian goes down 1-2-3 in the top of the 5th inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Cameron 3, Oklahoma Christian 2. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Haley Gardella leading it off for Cameron. followed by Madison Batwell and Riley Ross. Gardella 1 for 2 today with an RBI back in the third inning. She swings and misses at the first pitch. She struck out in the first inning, RBI single in the third. Jill Dixon still on the mound for Oklahoma Christian. There's a call strike, 2. So the count goes to 0-2 on Gardella. She swung at the first pitch back in the third inning for that base hit. That pitch is high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It went straight away for Gardella. That pitch is... Well, he never raised his hand to say strike 3. But the catcher threw the ball around the horn. And the umpire is going down to talk to Brian Howard. Maybe Gardella said something on her way back to the dugout. I don't know. But Madison Batwell is coming up for Cameron. So 1 down in the bottom of the 5th inning. Umpire's writing something. Batwell grounded out to the shortstop in the 2nd inning, hit it back to the pitcher in the 3rd inning. So here we go with 1 down. So here's the first pitch from Jill Dixon. There's a high fly. Right fielder McDougal is there. And she's got it. And there's 2 down in the 5th. That'll bring up Riley Ross, who doubled and scored a run, the go-ahead run, in the 4th inning for Cameron, as the Aggies now lead it 3-2. She had grounded out to the shortstop in the 2nd inning. Ross 2 for 3 in the first game. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Well, we've documented it and seen it on numerous occasions with nobody on and 2 out, and all of a sudden you look up and you got runners on base and runners have come in to score, but not this time. It's hit right back to Dixon, and she goes to Lopez, and that's the third out of the inning for the Aggies. So the Aggies go down in order, 1, 2, 3. We're played 5. It's Cameron 3, Oklahoma Christian 2. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We go to the top of the 6th inning. The Aggies clinging to a 3-2 lead. Madison Fulfer back out on the mound for Cameron. Only, well, I've got, let's see here. 2, 3 hits for Oklahoma Christian through the first 5 innings. It'll be the top of the order again. Kylie Brewster, Kaylee Rupp, and Danae Lopez. Here comes Brewster. Fulfer on the mound, and here we go. There's a ball hit just to the left of the shortstop Cochran, and it's a base hit. So Kylie Brewster has her 2nd hit of the game. She led off the 4th with a single. And Oklahoma Christian ended up scoring 2 runs. Here's Callie Rupp. who was trying to sacrifice in the fourth. And the throw to the first baseman got away from Batwell. There's a ground ball to Fulfer. She throws to Batwell. And this time the sacrifice is successful. And the Aggies are successful getting the out. So it's another out by Fulfer to Boutwell. That's 5 of them today. That'll bring up Danae Lopez. First pitch is just outside, ball 1. Lopez is grounded back to the pitcher Fulfer in the first and did it again in the fourth. That pitch is off the strike zone, 2-0. There's a call strike. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Lopez. Fulford Jr. from Iowa Park, Texas. There's a line shot right at Batwell, and she's got it, and there's 2 down. That'll bring up Marty Yeager, who is 2 for 2. Singled in the second inning, was erased on a double play, and then double home 2 runs in the fourth inning. Now we got timeout. And Jacelyn Gray wants to talk to her pitcher. It's a runner on second, 2 down. Yeager at the plate, 2 for 2. She was 0 for 2 with 2 walks in the first game. Hitting .348 coming into today's action, so she's 2 for 4 overall. Her average will go up a little bit. Big at bat right here for the Aggies. Here in the top of the 6th. It's 3-2. Cameron leads it. They might want to be pitched to Yeager real carefully and take their chances with Maddie Drummond, who's 0 for 2 with 2 ground balls. And McDaniel sets up wide outside, and there's ball 1. And there's ball 2. Well, this is the intentional walk. They've decided they're not going to pitch to Yeager. There's ball 3. It sure would be simpler if we could just do like in some baseball, just say, put them on first base and be done with it. So it's a 4-pitch walk to Yeager. So there's runners at first and second with 2 down. The Aggies want to take their chances with Maddie Drummond. Drummond hitting .286 coming into today's action. Grounded into a double play in the second and grounded out to the second baseman Ross in the fourth. First pitch is low, ball 1. Big at bat coming up here. Drummond 5th in the lineup. If the Aggies can get out of this right here, count goes to 2-0 though, then they'll be looking at the bottom of the order in the 7th inning. Still a ways to go. It's 2-0. Here's the pitch. There's a call strike. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Maddie Drummond. Hitting .286 coming into the action. Drummond, a senior from Owasso, Oklahoma. There's a ground ball right back to Fulfer, and she throws to Boutwell, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. So Oklahoma Christian picks up a hit, and they leave a couple on base, but they don't score. It's Cameron 3, Oklahoma Christian 2. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's Cameron 3, Oklahoma Christian 2. Cameron, with the loss in the first game, drops to 18-19, which drops them behind Western New Mexico in 10th place in the Lone Star Conference. If they win today, it'd be 19-19. They'd be back to 500, and they'd be tied with Western New Mexico once again for that 9th place in the Lone Star Conference. First pitch is outside to Kylie Cochran leading off for the Aggies. Kendall McDaniel and Ashley Fulfer to follow. And there was a call strike. Cochran flew out to the left fielder in the 2nd inning. Was on an error in the 4th. Was on 3rd with the bases loaded. Ball was hit back to the pitcher, and she was forced out at 3rd. And there's a base hit into left field for Kylie Cochran, and the Aggies have a runner on 1st to start the inning. Sixth hit of the game for Cameron. And that's going to bring up Kendall McDaniel. Singled in the 3rd inning. First pitch is ball 1. Catcher Yeager didn't handle it cleanly, then tried to grab it with her glove and finally corralled it. McDaniel singled in the 3rd, and her pinch runner, Dickerson, ended up scoring the first run of the ball game. And then she popped up to the 2nd baseman in the 4th inning. Now she comes up with a runner on 1st and 1 down, and nobody down. McDaniel has some power, capable of hitting it a long way. There's a ball foul down the left side towards the Aggie dugout. McDaniel, 10 home runs on the season, 9th in the Lone Star Conference in that category. And the wind seems to be kind of out of the west right now. There's a swing and a miss at a slow breaking ball. Counts 2-2. A nice pitch by Jill Dixon. Two and two is the count on McDaniel with Cochran at first. There's a fly ball. Center fielder. Over. Brewster has it. 1 down. And that'll bring up Ashton Fulfer. No, Ashley. Yes. Ashton Fulfer still comes in. She was struck out in the 3rd inning, singled in the 4th, and was replaced by a pinch runner, but was able to get to stay in the game as the designated player. So with a runner on 1st and 1 down, first pitch is low, ball 1. Cochran at first. Counts 1-1 and calls strike to Roach. Cochran has just attempted 7 steals this year, been successful 5 times. There's a ball fouled off right behind the home plate into the screen, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Fulfer. That pitch is inside. It's 2-2. There's a ball slapped foul down the right field line. Four teams in the Lone Star Conference ranked in the top 25. Oklahoma Christian comes in today's ranking at number 15. West Texas currently at number 6. Aggies beat West Texas once earlier this year. UT Tyler is 23rd. We don't talk about them too much. There's another ball fouled off on the right side. UT Tyler is the two-time defending national champion. They sit in third place in the conference, just 2 games behind West Texas A&M. And then Oklahoma Christian is a couple of games behind UT Tyler. There's a pop-up. Catcher's there. She's got it. So a foul pop-up to the catcher, and there's 2 down. That'll bring up Cameron Hunkins. Hunkins singled in the 3rd inning and was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. So she's 1 for 1 today. Cochran will now be off anything that gets hit. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Hunkins hitting .280 when the day started. There's a pitch that's high and inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. If Hunkins reaches, Chloe Broussard is on deck for the Aggies. That pitch is outside. It's 3-1. And Jill Dixon steps behind the circle. Gets her composure back with the 3-1 pitch coming up. Hunkins is ready. Call strike. Count full. So Cochran will be off and running with the pitch. Third baseman George is in about 3 steps. And there's a ball poked foul. Looked like it was going to be outside and maybe ball 4, but Hunkins can't take that chance. The ball might have come back inside on her. So she pokes it foul. Count remains 3-2. Ground ball off the pitcher's glove. Picked up by Roop. Fires to first in time and got her. So, Aggies go down. They don't score, but they have a base hit. And we go to the top of the 7th inning. It's Cameron 3, Oklahoma Christian 2. This is Cameron Softball on Flow Sports. Well, we go to the top of the 7th inning. It'll be Cadence Brewster, Sydney Seat, and Allie McDougall for Oklahoma Christian. Brewster 0 for 2 today. Grounded back to the pitcher and flew out to the right fielder. Madison Fulfer. There's a line drive, base hit into left field to start the inning. That's the tying run. Fifth hit of the day for Oklahoma Christian. That'll bring up Sydney Seat, the left fielder, grounded back to the pitcher in the 3rd inning, lined out to the second baseman in the 5th inning. She squares to bunt, and there's a straight, quick throw to first base, but not in time. Pitch was a strike to Seat as she failed on the bunt attempt. Again bunting. This time it goes foul. It's 0-2. Allie McDougal on deck. There's a ball fouled into the screen behind home plate. Count remains 0-2. Cadence Brewster on deck. She's attempted 12 steals on the season, been successful 11 times. I'm not sure that Shaylee Rodriguez wants to tempt that fate. There's a pitch barely fouled back by Seat. Count remains 0-2. So with the 0-2 count, Fulfer still coming after Seat. Here's the pitch. There's another ball foul down the right field line. Count still 0-2. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Seat batting .322 coming into today. There's another ball down the right field line. It's foul. So Fulfer back with the 0-2 pitch. And the Aggies go outside, see if they can get Seat to chase, but it's too far outside. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Ground ball. Gardella has it. Safe at first and safe at second. Gardella got it on 1 hop, went to second, but not in time as Brewster was safe there. Sydney Seat was then safe at first on the return throw. And now the Aggie infield is going to have a little discussion. So runners on first and second, nobody out. Well, the safe play would have been to go to first, but then you would have put the tying run at second base. So as they tried to get Brewster at second, and Brewster just barely beat the throw, and that'll bring up Allie McDougal, the right fielder, grounded out to the third baseman Gardella in the third inning. Hit a little flare to the second baseman Ross in the fifth inning. Now she comes up with the runners on first and second. Nobody out. She squares the bunt. She gets it down, and it goes foul. Barely goes foul. That ball hugged the line for a little bit. Didn't go very far. Furfel finally got there and picked it up. So here's the 0-1. Again, the square to bunt. This time she gets the bunt down. It's going to be good. And Fulfer can't make the play. The bases are loaded. It's going to be a base hit for McDougal. And the bases are filled with nobody out and Macy George coming to the plate. Wow. So that's 2 balls hitting the infield that the Aggies had chances to get outs and couldn't get it either time. And now the bases are loaded with nobody down. Cameron leads at 3-2. George, a left-handed hitter, coming to the plate. Brewster at third, Seat at second, McDougal at first for the Eagles. First pitch is outside, ball 1. I was about to say Fulfer could use a strikeout, but She hadn't had a strikeout all day. She could use a comebacker to the pitcher, which she's had a lot of those. There's a ball fouled off on the left side. It's 1-1. Count 1-1 now to George. Slow roller to the shortstop, Cochran. She fires home and gets the out, and there's one down. So Brewster's the first out of the inning. Seat moves to third. McDougal moves to second. And George now at first. And that's going to bring up Kylie Brewster, 2 for 3 today. Grounded out to the second baseman Ross in the first inning. Singled in the fourth, singled in the sixth. Right back to the pitcher. She goes home. Oh, she went to third. McDaniel threw to third. All she had to do is go to first. None of it mattered. It was a foul ball.
Did he not call the home plate out?
Okay. And they called the runner out at home. That's going to bring up Roop with the bases loaded. First pitch is outside, ball 1. It's a ground ball. Throw to first. In time, the Aggies win it by a score of 3-2. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Cameron gets out of it. A nice pitching performance by Madison Fulfer. And in the top of the 7th, 2 hits for Oklahoma Christian. A couple of fielder's choices, but the Aggies get 3 runs or 3 outs before Oklahoma Christian can push a run across, and they win it by a score of 3-2. As Madison Fulfer raises her record to 7-8 on the season, and the Aggies are back to 500 in Lone Star Conference play at 19-19. Overall, they are now 27-24. Oklahoma Christian falls to 38-12 and 29-9 in Lone Star Conference action. The losing pitcher, Jill Dixon, she'll fall to 16-7 on the season. Haley Gardella had an RBI. Ashton Fulfer had an RBI for the Aggies, and that's Aggies scored 2 unearned runs in the 3rd inning, and only 1 of those runs was earned. So the Aggies are off until next Thursday when they take on UT Dallas. Oklahoma Christian on Tuesday will be next Sunday, they will be hosting UT Dallas up at their place. So UT Dallas comes to Cameron on Thursday and to Oklahoma Christian on Sunday. I'm assuming that's because Friday is graduation at Cameron. That'd be my guess. So anyway, it will be a good day for the Aggies. I think UT Dallas currently with a record of 11-23 in Lone Star Conference action. But you can't assume anything in the Lone Star Conference, that's for sure. So the Aggies get a split. They lose the first game 3-0. They win the second game by a score of 3-2. That's going to do it here from McMahon Field. We'll be back next Thursday afternoon for a doubleheader with UT Dallas. Thanks for listening and watching today. I'm Steve Adams. Once again, our final score is Oklahoma Christian wins 3-2. The Aggies win the nightcap by a score of 2-0. You've been watching Cameron University Softball on Flo Sports. Well, it is senior day here for the Cameron softball team, and so in just a moment we'll be making presentations to the seniors on the softball team. And I'm just going to let the PA announcer take care of that for you.
May freedom forever fly. Let it ring. Salute the ones who died. The ones that give their lives so we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love. Like our chicken fries and cold beer.
Tonight, we celebrate our softball seniors and recognize their dedication, hard work, and impact to the program. Please join us as we honor the class of 2026. Our first senior is number 2, Riley Ross. Riley is joined tonight by her dad and stepmom, Chris and Brittany, her mom and stepdad, Jeanette and Mike, and her siblings, Devin, TJ, Tatum, and Brindley. She is majoring in interdisciplinary studies with a primary focus in education and a secondary focus in sports and exercise science. After graduation, Riley plans to become a second grade teacher. Next, we recognize number 5, Peyton Dickerson. Peyton is accompanied tonight by her parents, Jody and Shane Dickerson. She is majoring in psychology. Following graduation, Peyton has accepted a job managing a restaurant, and she plans to take a year off before enrolling in graduate school to pursue her master's degree. Our next senior is number 6, Kendall McDaniel. Kendall is joined tonight by her parents, Caroline and Joe McDaniel, her sister and brother-in-law, Peyton and Austin Audrey, and her brother, Garrett. She is majoring in business administration. After graduation, Kendall plans to spend the summer traveling, enjoying time at home before pursuing a career in her field. Now, we honor number 9, Madison Boutwell. Madison is accompanied tonight by her parents, Ben and Carrie. She is majoring in organizational leadership in business. After graduation, Madison plans to begin her career in the business field. Next, we recognize number 20, Stormy Reed. Stormy is joined tonight by her parents, Veronica and Chris, her brothers Xavier and Anthony, and her sister, Marissa. She is majoring in English with a minor in health. Stormy earned Lone Star Conference Second Team All-Conference honors in 2025 and was named to the Lone Star Conference preseason players to watch in both 2025 and 2026. She has also recorded an impressive 437 career strikeouts. Following graduation, Stormy plans to teach high school English and coach high school softball. Our final senior is number 24, Ansley Roach. Ansley is accompanied tonight by her parents, Terry and Royce, and her sister, Sommer. She is majoring in organizational leadership in business. After graduation, Ansley plans to work in human resources, focusing on recruiting and staff management while continuing to grow in the fitness industry and eventually starting a family. Please join us once again in congratulating our softball seniors for their